Ooh, something happened. Oh. Right, I see. Welcome to Amber Skies. I'm Blades. And let's set the stream up so clickety-clicking away. How's the sound doing? Alright, we're here. And today I'm doing the main window. Is that clear on there or not? Do we need that a bit better? I think we might need this a bit better, you know. How's this? I'll do for now. It looks alright on my screen. Let's just check it on a smaller screen. If it'll get rid of all the messages. Yeah, that looks alright, I think. Okay. It's not exactly meant for mobiles, this, is it? Right, let me settle in. Just got my coffee. The main window. Big, big subject. Big subject. But first of all, I'm not a programmer. I'm a systems analyst. Or systems analyst, should I say. I make those slow systems go faster. There's things I know about computers that nobody should ever know. So, on that note, what have we got so far? Let's take a look at that. Because this is going to matter. It's going to matter a lot. Because I'm doing a mini game engine, and mini game engines are the same as big game engines, just not as much code, I suppose. In other words, I'm not going out of my way to make my own maths library and stuff like that. I don't have the time. I want to get my game done. So this mini mini game engine thingy is just to make a game. That's all we're going to do with it. And if the game engine works out okay, then hooray! We might even continue it. So, currently, I have a sandbox. And this is the client. That's client side. So that's sandbox. This goes through to the minigame engine through a place called main entry point. And on the other side of the main entry point is our minigame engine. So, I'm just wondering how to represent that. So, main entry point allows us to create our application. Now, what does our application do at the moment? It just runs. So this basically just runs. Over and over and over again in an infinite loop. Okay? Pretty simple stuff. So the main entry point is the interface. So this is the main entry point, and that is our interface. I don't think we're going to call it that though. On our application, what are we going to do? Well, today's experiment is the main window. And trust me, it's an experiment. If we get a main window today, woof, I'll be made in heaven. Your Twitch export to YouTube. Oh yeah, yesterday's went up on YouTube, it would seem. I haven't got a thing for it yet. I haven't decided on a playlist name yet. I'm sure I'll think of something. So today we're going to give our first instruction to our application, and what it's going to do is create window. So our application here is going to create a window. And that will give rise to a window. And here's the problem. The problem is we can't just have a window, can we? There's two reasons. One, I think I'm going to be using Glfw for this, by the way. But that doesn't go. So that's the first thing. Can we just move that mouse pointer? Thank you. So that's the first thing. One, I'm going to use Glfw, which you might not want to use. You might want to use something else. And secondly, I'm on Windows, and you might not want to be on Windows. You might want to be on something else. Now, because I'm using Glfw, the code I'm going to write should work on any machine. I always try and write code that is not machine specific, operating system specific. That's the first thing. So is this step really necessary? And the answer is yes. What we're going to do is that it's not going to be a window. That is going to be a window interface. And that window interface will go through to our platform window. What this basically means is we can change this file at any time for any platform. Or have many different platform windows. There's that, and the other thing is something that I didn't mention about this lovely minigame engine. Actually, I should put it here, shouldn't I? It's going to be 3D. Well, yeah, I'm going to make it 3D stuff, I don't care. I'm actually only going to use 2.5D in the game that I want to make, but that's beside the point. So we are going to need OpenGL. And OpenGL isn't everybody's cup of tea. So what we're going to create is a platform, OpenGL. There we go. And that will provide the context for this. So we'll put OpenGL context. Because that's what we're using. Not Vulkan this time, unfortunately, but hey ho. Can't have everything on day one, can we? Well, day two. So that's the system overview in a simplistic way. Now, that platform window also requires the callbacks, because the application has no idea. The application here with create window has no idea about this file. So we are going to have to create callbacks here. So this is going to be Glfw, isn't it? And we're going to have callbacks. And these can be captured basically anywhere within our system, callbacks. So yeah, they're going to be fun. It's C++ callbacks means probably lambdas. But now you get the general idea. The arrows don't go back to the application. The application has no idea about the windowing system that we're using. As you're going to find out, the window interface is a virtual. It doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't contain any code or data as such. Has to make a decision, I suppose, on which platform we're on, but that's about it really, I guess. This means that anybody can come along and rip the windowing system out and the OpenGL out and put whatever the hell they like in. So all of today is optional, except for the window interface. That's not optional. So that's optional. Put a dotted line actually or something. So this is all optional. You may not want to use OpenGL, you may not want to use Windows, you may not want to use Glfw. What is Glfw? Shall we have a look? So Glfw is an open source multi-platform library. Oh, so it will probably work on other things. For OpenGL. OpenGL ES, mobiles and things. Vulkan development. Oh, we can do Vulkan as well. Cool. It provides a simple API for creating windows, contexts and surfaces, receiving input and events. It's written in C and supports Windows, macOS, X11 and Wayland. So that tells you X11 is Linux. So it covers the main three, but what about the stuff, you know? It's under the zlib libpng license. So what you do is you go to clone on GitHub. And what you're after is nothing to do with this page. Okay, it tells you a bit more about it here. Compiling Glfw, I'll tell you how to do that in a second. Well, for Visual Studio anyway. So all you're going to need is that bit there, which is https://github.com/glfw/glfw. So you're just going to need that, so I'd advise you to copy it. Okay. Okay, those are today's files, aren't they? So I've actually got the files already created. To speed things up, because there's a lot of typing to do and I'm not a fast typer. I don't do typing, I do these kind of drawings and things. Show more options. Alright, we've got it. Right, so those are the files. So, window. This is awkward because I don't actually know how to do this, but I've never tried doing this before. I don't usually program on the Windows, but I'm supposed to, so I am doing. I'm being good about it today. Let's go to C, projects, and it's Amber Skies. So, show more options. There we go, show more options. So, let's pull this down. So what you want to do is go to the solution directory, which has already got glfw in there. Oops, never mind. What is in that file? I don't know what's in there. Is it needed? I'll leave it, it's not doing anything. So, you open your command prompt inside of your solution directory where the solution is. Come on, Poppy, come on. And what you do is you type in the following. You type in git submodule add. You then put in the HTTPS thingy and then tell it where to stick it. Yes, tell it where to stick it. So that would be Amber Skies, dependencies. Oh, I know why I've got that there now. Dependencies. Might need a slashy thing in there. And then just glfw. Right, hit return on that command and it will download and add as a submodule glfw, or the source code for glfw, into your lovely, lovely, lovely solution. Into Amber Skies dependencies in my case. I don't know what you've called yours, but there you go. I'm not going to hit return because I've already done it. So in Amber Skies, you'll see I've got dependencies. In dependencies, I now have glfw and speed log, spd log. That's exactly how I got speed log here as well. I added it as a submodule. You'll notice that you'll get git modules. So not just git ignore and git attributes, I've got git modules now. I'm getting gitted. So in the you want to go into your glfw. So that would be cd glfw. And in here you will see you've got all of that lot. Well, you haven't got all of that lot because you haven't done the thing yet, have you? So that would be cmake space dot and hit return. And that will give you a load and load and load and load of these. And what we're after is one of these. Actually, we're after all build there. That's one we're after. Which one is it? That one. So that file there, that's the important one for us because we're using Visual Studio and it's a VCX proj. There we go. So that's all you had to do was cmake. Now, onwards and downwards as we're going into Visual Studio. So we'll exit from there. We've got all our... Oh, I've got doxygen as well, so I've got it installed. So it detected it and gave me doxygen files. Very, very kind of it. Alrighty, so that's how you get glfw into your directory. All we have to do then is the big step. Get that in the center there. And the big step is in here. Oh, we can have a bigger window today. And in here, you go to solution. Then you want to add existing project, go into your Glfw and click on allbuild.vcxproj and open that, and you will get yourself a surprise. You'll get all of this lot. So click on this, make sure that you are on Show All Files, which is the third from last little symbol on the top. And on glf, well, I just renamed it to glfw_build instead of all build, and just went build. And of course, one up to date, because I've already done it. And that's it. You've now got glfw. Under Amber Skies, Properties, C++, Edit, Amber Skies dependencies glfw include. Copy that, because I've done it from the solution directory. And I do that on purpose, by the way, so you can copy that, hit Sandbox, little arrow down at the bottom there, edit, and you can put it in here as well. Okay? Also, that's general. Go to the linker, input, OpenGL32, OpenGL32.lib, semicolon, glfw3.lib, semicolon, whatever other rubbish it gave you. Copy those and pop them in here under librarian, general, OpenGL 32.lib, glfw 3.lib. There aren't any others because this is a static library. And that will allow you to then use glfw within your applications. And keeps it separate. So if a new glfw comes out, you just download it through GitHub, if it doesn't do it automatically for you, and rebuild it. You don't really have to do much. So very easy to set up these things. I didn't have to build speedlog, SPD log, because it's a header only thingy. So I just needed to include that one. Okay, I think we're alright with that. I hope it works. I guess we find out today if it works or not. Could be interesting. Oh, we'll need something else as well, won't we? Otherwise the context won't work. Opengl Context will not work for me and give me the right version unless it has access to the graphics card. So we better do that. Just wondering how I want to do it. I'll just add it as a submodule again, can't we? Okay. Or we could just add it to our core. Does it come with Glfw? Yes, it does. That's GLAD, glad. But it doesn't have the GLAD files here. It only has OpenGL, OpenGLAS2 and Vulkan. That's interesting. If you are using Visual Studio 2008, good luck. So we need to look at that, don't we? So we can get into, well, above OpenGL 1, put it that way. So it's GLAD OpenGL. Which is a glad Dave1 David.de. Really? Why use glad? Yeah, it just gives you access to OpenGL. How to set up OpenGL with Glfw. Oh, right, okay. Thanks for the information, mates. Okay, so language C++. It's got some options. Specification OpenGL. Yeah, OpenGL do. Profile. Core. I'm not interested in compatibility. API. Version 4.6 it goes up to. I'll take version 4.6 then. Do I want GLES? It's just going to make the files bigger, isn't it? Do I want any extensions? There aren't any extensions for SIMD, so I'm not really that interested. Omit KHR. No, don't. Whatever you do. Local files. Generator loader. I think that'll do. Just wondering whether I want to... No, I'm just going to do OpenGL for now. I could always generate. Ding. There we go. There's a zip file. So I'll take a zip file, please. Open file. We have source and include. The include is that, a C header file. That'll do. Is there anything else in here? No, that's it. Radio. So where we're going to put it, that's the question. Let's make a file for it. So I want to place this in amber skies. Don't want it in amber skies itself, want it outside of amber skies but inside the source. So we are going to add a new folder, make sure it says new folder. If it doesn't, you haven't clicked that third from last thingy, unless you don't want a folder, that is. And I'm going to call this one platform, for anything that's platform specific. Then I'm going to have something called Opengl. Add a new folder. We'll call that Opengl. I'm going to open that in the File Explorer. I'm not sure I want source. Something doesn't look right here. Alright. Do I have to include both of these? You see, I wouldn't have them inside their own thingies. That is a C source file. I'm just going to tuck that away inside include, so it's not in the way. So I'll have the include. So that's Opengl. We're going to need. I'm working on Windows. So under platform, add new folder Windows. Everything else can go in core, can't it? Yeah, I think so. Hopefully that'll work. Because we only need to put glad into the context to get the context on the Opengl. Hope we don't need it anywhere else, but we'll find out as we go. Right, so we now have platform independent, or should I say dependent files, and what I'm also going to write are the source files for amber skies here, core. And I think we're going to be starting in here somehow. Let's look at what files we're going to need. So, yeah, a window file. So we can start off with window.h. Sounds good. I have pre-written these, and this is what we actually want to be able to write. This is the biggie. So a unique pointer to a window. Unique so that it gets it destroys itself, and there can only be one of them to stop multiple windows being opened. Does help. It does on this system anyway. So under core, we can add our first bit. Our first bit, it's going to be a new item. It's going to be a header file. I'm not sure what to call it. Main window? That's what they call it in Qt. Amber window? Yeah, amber window. Can't call it OpenGL because it isn't this one. This is your interface. Window interface, you could call it. But that might be a bit confusing, so there you go. And this is the file that gets included in... Well, there's a good point. I'm guessing Amber Skies, no common. So we've got core, event system, log. I've already added glfw and glfw3. I'm tempted to put it in here. With our, I've got a hash define. Oh, we need some hash defines, don't we? Damn, I can't remember them. Right. See if we can make them up as I go along then. Hash include. And it's going to be Amber Skies. Core. And Amber Window. Right, so that's our common done. I want Control S, thank you. So that's common. What did we do yesterday? The event loop. Event system, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'll take you and I'll pop you in here. So namespace Amber, as always. I'm going to include PCH because we found the problems with header-only files, and common. And today's the 25th. There we go, Amber Skies, yeah. Lovely. If you are joining us today and you are wanting to start from this point here, I think Glfw has already been included on the Github repository. So, control. Yes, here's the Github repository. Change it from master to research, and you can get the code from here. Still don't know why that's there. But under Amber Skies, dependencies, it will hopefully add that. But Glfw has been added in full because I did build it. Due to the build, basically. And there's the include files. And it's in source of all places. So you're looking for source. At the moment we're using debug, aren't we? And it hasn't put it in. Right, the library gets put into here. I didn't mention that, did you? Did I? No. Right. So it's all there. If you look under Glfw, if you're looking for the library, it's under source, debug. It's here. That's where it compiles to. For debug mode, it'll go to release, in release mode obviously. Just as an FYI. So I didn't show you that bit, did I? Oops. Sorry. That's what I want to get rid of. That's what I'm working on, Amber window there. Under Amber Skies and the sandbox properties, I've got all about it. Librarian general. Directories, there you go. So it's project directory dependencies, Glfw source debug. Did I pop it into here or not? General. No, I put it into solution directory, Amber Skies dependencies, Glfw source debug. So yeah, I have got the additional library directories as well. So I forgot to mention that. There we go. So this is going to be our window. Lovely. That means I need a cup of coffee and find out what the heck the noise is downstairs. So if you'll just excuse me, please. kettle's on the boil. Well, going to be boiling up. So let's have a look at these files. We've got the event system in common. Yes, we have. So that's done. And it's just the namespace amber. And we'll have a look at this struct first. Alright, we'll keep those open. Alrighty. Yep, that looks okay. So these are going to be our window properties. I said there wasn't going to be any information stored in this, but there isn't. That's a struct, which is equivalent to a public class in C++. So it's its own thing, really. We're not going to instantiate it as a class, so there's no point in that. Oh yes, we do. So we do have our Windows constructor. So it does have a constructor. That's good. And it's amber skies. There we go. It's at 1080p, so that we can see it on my screen. You'd be surprised. I will be back in a sec. I'm just going to pour that coffee. So this just makes it cleaner to use the whole system because it's general information. So if an int so if nothing's specified, those are the values, the default values. I'm not sure. Well, if test is just, yeah. It needs to have a constructor, does it? Can we use it with just test? Yes, you can. That's interesting. I guess it's a standard way of doing things, but I don't think this information's really needed. Let's be honest. So we can do that. It's got a constructor. If it didn't have a constructor, then that would be useful, but it isn't. So the window properties that we are going to have are title, width, and height. Is there any other window property you can think of? Color? Background? Haven't considered that. Do we have GLM? We don't. We could put a colour in. No. No, because I want to use that as my testing anyway, don't I? That'll be interesting. See if I can remember how to do OpenGL. Probably, if I'm lucky. Okay, so that's our properties. It's obvious title, width, height. There is a constructor, standard string for the title, an unsigned int. I've got an old project anywhere. I don't like no, I'll leave it. It's probably better as unsigned int. I usually use U8 or U32 or U64 for unsigned. It's just easy for me to type, but as I'm not typing this, I've already typed it. And the reason why I have to try and remember is it was typed on the 17th. And we are on the 25th. So, a week last Monday. Twitch. Oh, we've got something on YouTube. Let's have a look. Look, Fraser Sharp on YouTube. Oh, it's part 1 yesterday. It's still uploading. It's 3 hours and 18. Good God.
That has to be recorded.
We did a simple echo server. This is what this is all about.
Game object.
Sure up me. Yeah, you can find it there. I'm sure there's a link below this video somewhere to this. But anyway, you can always look at yesterday's. It'll be available once YouTube has desired itself to codec it or something. Coffee's nice. So, onwards. Right, this is the interface. It doesn't hold any information. It's virtual, basically. And I want to call it Amber Window. There you go. Wasn't hard, was it? There's no constructor. We might want to add that. And now we've got that. Applications.cpp. Window doesn't exist. So window we need in the header file, please. So it's standard unique pointer m_window. I think you need some includes for that somehow. Let me just check that done that right. Oh, of course. Dar boy. You don't need a star because it already is one. Dar, it's a unique pointer. So it's already a pointer. Dar. There you go. So application, there we go. That's how you make it. Amber window create, that's the interesting part that we want to look at. That's right at the bottom. This is actually defined in the platform. So it's going to be in here in a minute. So it's gone green and squiggly because it can't find its definition. Its definition doesn't exist yet. Alrighty. As it goes noisy outside. Let's have a look at what we've got here. So everything's virtual except for this create window, which is static and isn't created here. Okay, Poppy, come on. You want to jump all over me? Alright, fine. So it's a virtual destructor. There's no constructor because it's going to be here. It will use the window properties, of course. Whatever we pass in there. Or not, in this case. On update, so on window update, we can get the width and the height, but const, so it can't be changed. In other words, please don't change the width and the height. I'm very, very sure that we don't want you to be doing that. Unless you really feel you do want that to be allowed, and then just take the const off. Set event callback. So we're doing the event system yesterday, so that should be set up for us, and that's just going to be a constant event callback function, which should exist. Set vsync, please do so. We're going to be setting that to true. Reason for it is, at this stage, if you run the window without vsync on, your graphics card is going to get very, very hot. Especially if we do the update, which we're about to do, which is colour the background in, and that will just send your graphics card skits. Because it will be overperforming, shall we say. So is vsync is very, very, very big. Get native window means get whichever window is native to your platform. In our case, Windows. Lucky us. There we go. I think that's roughly about it. I mean, so the interface only can be used. I don't think the word only should be there. That's bad English. Interface can be used by any operating system. Because there isn't anything there, it's just literally an interface. So you would call the create to create the window. Quite normal stuff. Okay. Which brings us to our next file. So we now need... Do we do the OpenGL one first or not? I'm more interested to see whether GLAD will work, so let's do the OpenGL one first. Doing it slightly out of order, but it gives me less errors along the way if I do the OpenGL first. That's it, that's all there is. Yeah, just make sure my spacing's okay. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Let's start on the next file. Next file is going to be context. So under OpenGL, we are going to add new item, header file, OpenGL, and this is context. OpenGL doesn't work unless you have one. Context means frame of reference, and this is for the graphics card. What frame of reference would you like to have? This is your frame of reference, an OpenGL context. This comes from the golden oldie days when you used to log in to a machine that could do OpenGL, and context was your user handle in those days. So it's as if you are opening a line to your graphics card, literally, and logging onto it, because that's exactly what used to happen. Because it would take a mainframe. So context, OpenGL context, yeah, we'll add you. May as well put the CPP file in as well. Okay. Open GL. Nearly. Capital L. Context. And there we have the files. So on the CPP file, I have to hash include. Common. No, PCH first. I have to do that first. It tells me to. And then we just hash include. And that will be OpenGL. Context. Lovely. We've just made the window thingy here, haven't we? Alright, okay. Just thinking, sorry. Let's do the header file. Don't need PCH in here because we do have a CPP file. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, we do have one. Good. So all of these things we are going to be writing, I guess. That's going to be fun. Alright, I'm happy with that. 25th. We can copy that over to the CPP file. but we will need the context when we are in context. Thinking differently. That's what's confusing me. Okay, settle down. Stop being confused today. I've had to have a lot of medication, unfortunately, for pain, so bear with me. It's why I'm not going to try and type this. If I tried to type this at the moment, it would do my head in. Right, let's have a look at our header file. This should be easy. Header files are usually easy. So, what we got? I haven't written the graphics context, I don't think. I'll have to do that tonight now, won't I? So I've got common. It is asking me for glad and glfw. Well, glfw we've got. Glad we haven't. So let's see if we can find glad. Okay. So it'd be hash include current directory. Do we not have current directory? Alright then, platform. Opengl. Include. Glad. Glad.h. That's what I was trying to avoid. But hey ho, that's where I put it. So that's what I'm going to put. And we'll see if this works. It might not. I've got a horrible feeling about this file, that it's not the file that I'm after. If not, we'll just have to replace it with the correct ones, won't we? Okay, so namespace Amber, let's have the class. We'll take a look at that. It's a huge class. Okay. Alright, so it does want a GFX context. Which has initialize and swap buffers. Okay. Amber skies. New folder. Renderer. I guess. Add. New item. Header file. GFX context .h create. take you out. We'll just put this together. Shouldn't be too hard. Class. Public. What do we have? Paste. Just virtual voids, aren't they? Let me check. Yeah, that's right. Virtual void, initialize, virtual void, swap buffers. Okay, sounds good. That's all I'm going to put in here for now, just to make things work with a bit of luck. So our header file should be happy now. Hash include. And it's going to be amber skies, a renderer, context. That's just going to be a wrapper class so that we can get the context from the window. Otherwise we won't be able to access it. We'll see how all that works when we put it together. So we have 3 lovely, lovely thingies. So OpenGL context, blah, 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 blah. Let me just try and remember how to do this. Yeah. So the only thing we're actually going to store is the context. Or window handle in this case, because we can't call it OpenGL context. If we do, then we give the game away. It might be Vulkan that we're using. Well, it won't be an OpenGL context then, will it? Although that does say OpenGL context, I think we would have to have different constructors. Put it that way. So what have we got in the CPP file? That needs glad. Let's have a look at our CPP file. Alrighty, let's take one function at a time, please, because I can't cope with more than that. Right, so the first thing we have Amber assert doesn't exist. Okay. Window handle, OpenGL context, window handle is null. Oh, right, we're passing that in. That's from whatever window we're getting this from. Got you now. So to get an Opengl context, we have to pass in a window handle. There you go. For now, I'm not putting assertions up, so we'll get rid of that. Otherwise, yeah, we're passing in the window handle so that we can process. Good. So that's the constructor. We then need to initialize. So we'll construct and then initialize. Luckily, I think I have my logging system already put in. And we just have another assert. No instance of overloaded function. Speed logger logger trace matches the argument list. So that's coming from glad. Is that supposed to have a semicolon on it? That's wrong, but just checking includes again. Okay. I'm going to take that out of common. Because it's not actually part of Amber Skies. It's extra. Shouldn't really matter. Alright, so everything went to OK there. I am sure that I put the logging to accept variables. So I'm very suspect what it's saying there. Oh, you can't tell, can you? Just check the logging system. Yeah, that's variables. So the pattern's there. But we don't have speed log, do we? Oh, do we? We do. That is part of the system. I'm wondering why it's doing that. I'm having problems with IntelliSense. No, we haven't included that. Line 55 of Amber Window. And we've got the OpenGL error, which I was trying to avoid. Amber Window, line 55. I don't see the problem. Event. Undeclared. Okay. I won't be setting any event callback right now until we've worked out that. Yeah, it's Kronos. R4's match. I know that. I know this error. I've had this error before. Ready, so let's have a look. This will come under OpenGL. Add existing item. I didn't add it, did I? Amber Skies. Source. Platform. OpenGL. Include. Add. Add. Why can't I just add everything? Including project. KHR. I think that has to be in the same directory as GLAD, if I remember right. It's already included. We don't need to include the source, otherwise it'll try and compile it. Right, so that gives us this OpenGL conundrum. An OpenGL header already included. Remove this include. GLAD already provides it. Cut. Paste. Build. No. And it still hasn't got that identifier. Now if I remember rightly, you had to just only... Hold on a minute. I didn't put it in application by accident, did I? No. I've only just added glad, so it shouldn't know about this. Should it be added as a PCH? Now I know for a fact that that's correct. No, it's not. Whoopsie daisy. It's there. Let's get these in right order. Order matters, unfortunately. So this is how we find out whether we've got things in the right order and where we need to place our files. Can I open KHR platform.h? Try now. All I've done is moved KHR into the glad folder. That's because that has to be at the source for it to work. It has to be there, according to the system. There you go, succeeded. I'm not happy about that. So we may as well put glad up there as well. To be quite honest with you. Let's get everything in a sensible place. So that just becomes that. Makes it easier, doesn't it? But I don't want them part of Amber Skies, as you can see. They're not part of Amber Skies. It should... could put it under dependencies. That'd work. Get it out of here altogether. Glad. KHR. Let's get them outside. Do I include dependencies? Interesting thought. No, I don't. Well then, by heck I should do. And will I need this for... Which one comes first? Glad, isn't it? That'll do. So I'm going to go for solution directory, aren't I? Yeah, we'll go for solution directory. So it's $open solution directory with a capital. Why is it space out? What's here? Don't know. And it's going to be amber skies / dependencies. And that's it. That's all I need. Copy that. Okay, apply. And I'll add that to Sandbox as well, because I think we are going to need it in here. Paste. There we go. I'm trying to make sure it comes above these other thingies so it gets there first. Otherwise this GL error happens, and it's always happened. It's because they both do the same thing, except Glfw handles it, Glad doesn't. Typical. Okay. Try that build. So do a rebuild this time. Yep, we're okay. Good. Oh look, and now Ambertrace works. Magic, isn't it? Goddamned IntelliSense. I actually really don't like IntelliSense. Firstly, it's slow as hell. Secondly, it uses my graphics card. I don't know. Right, so what have we got? We have initialize. So to initialize the context, we are going to make glfw make context current. That creates the current context, and we use the window handle, which in this case will be window equals glf create window, probably. We'll come across that in the OpenGL part. Oh, we haven't even written that one yet. Never mind. Sorry, we'll see it in Windows in a minute. For the Windows window, we'll come in here. Status equals glad load gl loader. Glad load proc glfw get proc address. So procedure addresses. This is where glad gets us all of these lovely OpenGL things. Until this is called, we don't have like GL gen buffers and things like that. We can't generate any buffers or anything for OpenGL. After that, we can. So once we've got this and this, we can make a buffer and it will be in the correct context. And we can use the whole of the OpenGL stuff and all of its goodies. If you want me to talk about OpenGL, I will. Otherwise, unless somebody asks, I probably won't. I like OpenGL, it's simple. Very simple. It's a bit like me. So that's how we initialize. We just literally make the bits and pieces, and I'm going to print out to the console using Ambertrace the speed log hash define that I used in the logging thingy. So these hash defines, I'm going to use Ambertrace, that one, just to print out to the console the trace description of what we've actually got, and that will tell us the renderer, the graphics card, and the OpenGL version that we're using. So that'll tell us what our graphics card is and what our OpenGL version is on that graphics card. So we know what we can use. Damned handy information really for a developer. Okay. So that's that bit out of the way. So that's just information basically. Right, can we get back to here please? Let's have a look at our next bit. That's just the assert. I've got to get that assert done. That's a hash define assert. Window handle is true or false. Okay. Right, so we've done initialize. Swap buffers. That's a biggie. What this does is places the buffer that we are drawing into, the back buffer basically, onto the screen. So whatever you've been drawing in 3D or whatever, your models and stuff, gets splattered onto the screen, and we want that to happen 60 times a second, or within 16.7 milliseconds. So that's that. I mean, it's not a hard thing to do, so we do it. And we do it in here, whilst it's inside the context. So it doesn't get accidentally taken over by some other program. We start doing some other programs buffer swapping. That would be funny. And that's it. That's all there is to this file. Very simple ICL file. Okay. So back to OpenGL Context. Done. And done. Oh, run out of files. Good. So hopefully I talked my way through those ones quite easily for you. Did actually take me quite a while to type that out, unfortunately. Right, so into the window we can go. I think this is the last set of files for Windows. Might have to put more in the GFX context. I don't think I have to. There'll be a getter, which I'm not bothered about yet because we haven't got a renderer. So, Windows window. Called that because it's on Windows and it's a window. Operating system Windows, and we are going to do a header file for a window. So we are going to put it under platform Windows, as we don't want anything to do with Windows inside of the core engine, the Amber Skies engine. Nothing to do with Windows. It's just because I am. If you're on Linux, that would be called Linux, and this would be called Linux window. Think about it. So, actually it would probably work. The same code would probably work, as you're about to find out. New item. Don't get fooled that this is platform specific, because it isn't. Windows. So Windows is a platform, and we are going to write a window. That's your header file. And we'll have a CPP file for this one, definitely, because it has to do things. Windows. And we'll have a window. .cpp. There you go. That's not really a good one to take, is it? I'll take this one. Slightly simpler. Do that again. Can I have the space after it? Thanks. 25th, yeah. Windows.h. Remove the PCH from there. Actually, no, we'll just remove it. Got common. Lovely. Goes in here, hash include. And that is PCH. And hash include. PCH stands for pre-compiled header. Actually, it should show you what's in there, shouldn't it? Let's be honest. So it's Windows, window.h. And I don't want either of those. Just want one space. Right, what's in that pre-compiled header, you may ask? It's all of the includes for C++ that I think I'm going to need. And what it does is it compiles these and stores it, so that it doesn't have to keep recompiling it every time. We haven't included maths, by the way, which is huge, which is very lucky. It just speeds up our slow Visual Studio, and it speeds up IntelliSense a lot, like by a factor of 1,000, but it still can't keep up. So God knows why we bother on that one. Alright, let me just check that I didn't put any golden includes out of the way. Yeah, that looks good. Put ourselves there. There we go. And yes, I do have all my buttons down the right hand side. Don't worry about it. You can have your buttons down the right hand side if you choose to. You can have them down the left hand side, or even at the bottom. Just wanted them out of the way. And yes, the font I am using for Visual Studio is Comic Sans. I'm going to try and bring it back, because I think IntelliSense is comical, literally. Alrighty. What goes in here? A class. Windows window. And it'll need a constructor for the properties. Which it will get from Amber window. So I'm guessing we're going to need Amber window. Ah, there you go. So we've got common, hash include, it will be amber skies. Core, and it's amber window. What else have we got here? Oh yeah, we did that context, didn't we? So we can include it. So this will be platform. OpenGL. Context. That's why I did that one first, because we have to include into this one for it to work. Very simple idea. I wonder what we're going to do about the renderer. We'll have to do a 3D one, won't we? Start simple and then do batched afterwards. Okay. Should be okay. I haven't sat down and designed the renderer yet. Been too busy designing this lot. Right, let's have a look at this class. Let's see what we've got in it, shall we? We should have some kind of creation in here somewhere. There we go. Okay. So let's make it amber window. And we are not doing the event callback right now. I'll sort that out. We might sort that out later. Everything's okay, except for the event callbacks. Okay, set sync is vsync. Is vsync const override? Did we actually add that? Because that is so badly worded. Did I actually write that? Really? Wouldn't that be better? Is vsync enabled? Like I said, this is the API. Set vsync can be true or false. Is sync enabled? Is better? I want to write in English. Okay. Sorry about that. So that's now an override. It's a const because you need to use the setter if you want to set it. You can't change it. Change whatever the answer is. The answer. What we're doing is we are answering that is vsync enabled by putting it as const. Whatever value we return cannot be changed. To change it, you use set vsync. And that's what we mean by an API. It's an interface. An application interface, API. Shut down. Get native window, yeah. And there's our create window. That's fine. That'll work. I hope. I don't trust C++ at times. I have to use hope, not it will work. Set event callback is going to come from our application. That will be defined in our application. Just thinking ahead. Put that in, and can we correct that? So I'll put that into common as well. We probably have everything in common by the time I've finished. We don't have the main entry point in there, that's right. So it's starting to build up. That's good. Alright, so what have we got? We have Glfw window. Yeah, it's two W's. So it's GLF capital W, small w for window. Catches me out sometimes when I'm trying to type it, so I thought I'd mention it. The GFX context, which we get from here in the renderer. That's coming through an include. That's coming from that include there. So really, should we have that in? Yes, we should. That should be in common as well. We shouldn't be relying on that to give us that. We should explicitly include it. But I'm not going to include it with these. Alright, so this is going to be Amber Skies core. There we go. And this is going to be Amber Skies renderer. And here we're going to have hash include renderer. So I want to be explicit that I do include it and I know that I've included it, rather than guessing. Alright, so that should help. You might notice I'm not putting anything in here that's outside of Amber Skies. Everything that's inside Amber Skies can be added to the common. Things that are outside Amber Skies, no, don't do it. Don't propagate through your files anything that could cause a problem. Otherwise you have to then go and fix the problem. And as it's not my problem to fix, I don't do it usually. Right. So struct window data. This looks very familiar. Width, height, title, and we now have a new one. We will have a callback, event callback function, which will be provided by the application. Window data, obviously, is from there. There's no constructor on this. So, window properties props, and of course these props are going to be propagated into there. So those props are from whatever we put in here or here, depending. Those are the default properties. So we either get default properties or we decide when we create the window. Can be done either way. So, constructor, destructor, we leave it as virtual. No need for us to handle it. The system will do that for us. On update, it's an override, and on update for the window will include probably all of our callback functions for events. So that's going to have a lot of event stuff things in it. Get width, get height will just return the width and height, obviously from the window. vsync, we've now changed it so it reads right. Get native window will return whatever window we create. Initialize is private and shutdown is private. So only we can initialize the window and only we can shut down the window. And that's important, that we keep that private and away from everybody else. The window is in control of itself. Nobody else is. So we'll be looking at that. Okay. Now we can have a look at this CPP file. Oh, did I get the spacing right? Sorry, I always have to look at the spacings. I'll have one more in there because it looks better. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right, let's do it. So this is Windows CPP. So this has the events included, which are in common. So no need to worry about that lot. There's a namespace, and we start here. And there's going to be a huge section which I'll probably have to get rid of. I'm going to copy them anyway. And these are all the callbacks. There's a few of them. We do have to add some as well. La 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 la. So, a lot of typing is the answer to that one. I'm just going to throw it all in. And then it's going to really scream blue murder as I take stuff out. So there. To there. But we might have a look at that after and see if we can start fitting these in. So that clears the ULOT up. That's an assert which we can't place in yet because we haven't got the hash define done. We'll just copy you over. Okay. Anything else? That's an amber window. Anything else? Nope, we're looking good. Right, let's start at the top. Ding. Static bool. Have we initialized Glfw yet? And that equals false because the first time that we come to this CPP file, no, we haven't. So until we've initialized it, that is false. Static void glfw error callback. So we're setting up a callback for an error and a description, and that will then print out an error. So that's just a callback, nothing more. It's just, it doesn't belong to anybody. It just belongs to Amber, and so does that static bool. It just belongs to Amber. It's in Amber space. It's not inside of the window space. Neither is this. This is where we define that create function. Return a new Windows window with the properties. So that is the declaration from the other header file. Here. It's still saying green and squiggly because it doesn't know it's there yet. We haven't compiled. But once we compile, that will go away. I'm not going to attempt to compile it just yet, because I want to check through it all first. The constructor initializes the properties. Pretty simple idea. Destructor does our shutdown. On update, we use glfw to poll events, and we set and then we swap buffers using the GFX context, whatever graphics context we're given. You'll see in initialization in a minute or two. Set synchronization. If enabled, we set the swap interval to 1, so vsync is on or true. Shouldn't that be true? Int interval. I wonder why they made it an int, not a bool. Never mind. If it's disabled and vsync is false, it sets the swap interval to 0, which means a free flow, basically. And that's past tense. And it shouldn't be. So, that reads better now. Set vsync enable, true or false. Right, gotcha. So if it's true, 1, false, 0. Fantastic. Dead easy. That's how you set it. Is the vsync enabled? There you go, data vsync. We stored it in mdata, and we can return it from mdata, a member, our data structure for holding all the data. like width and height and everything. Did we finish those off in Windows.h? Yes, we did. So the getters, we just return them straight. Same for get native window. Yeah, we just returned it straight. Good. So we don't have a function in here. Initialize, here we go. So the title equals the title, the width equals the width, and the height equals the height. Pretty simple stuff. We're just storing whatever information is sent through either by the user or by the interface for the default values. So whichever. Whatever we receive, we'll just store it and keep it for the window. The window can take care of it from there. So all I've done there is put a trace on it to make sure that we're creating the window and we get some feedback on our console. Now, is glfw initialized? Remember, we set it to false for the initial, and then so if it's false, it's not initialized. So we will go through here, success, glfw init, then we assert that it inits. Otherwise, set error callback, sorry, glfw set error callback, glfw error callback, which sends it up to the top there, to that callback we had. And yeah, it just sets it up really. And glf initialized equals true because we haven't got that sorted out. So we initialize glfw, we initialize the callback for errors, and we set initialized to true. There is an assert to add. So that will be fun. I'll have to come back to these files and then assert everything, and then we can even put the event system in. All these files are going up on GitHub, so don't worry if you don't want to type them. But I have to be able to build them before I can put them up there, so we'll check that in a second or two. So it's looking good, because now we can create our window, which is today's goal. We have an interface, we have a Windows window. So create a glfw window, takes in the width, the height, the title, and 2 null pointers. The 2 null pointers are for the monitor and whether you want to share the window with any other thing. Yes, well, there you go. Maybe you have a separate streaming device or something that you want in the window. So you'd like that streaming thing to use the window. I don't know why you'd do that, but anyway. So context equals a new OpenGL context and context initialize. So GFX context initialize, and look, it's GFX context. So let's see what that GFX context is doing with our initialize. On initialize, it doesn't do anything yet. Okay. It's part of the API. It has to be able to do that. We've already done swap buffers in our context here. It is a G. Ah, right, got you. So what we're doing is we're asking it to initialize, which means it runs this initialize here, the override. And that initialize is that lot there, which loads up all of the OpenGL commands so we can use them. Where can we use them? Wherever the hell we like. It'll be in the renderer. But we need them to load up first. Alright, so that's what that line does there. And that one there just makes sure that the context is available in the OpenGL context, and it'll do that bit. So it'll run that. So it's glfw window handle, and that's the window handle, whatever window we just created. So that there runs that function in the context, because it is a GFX context. That one there. Now you might notice it says new OpenGL. So if we change to something else like Vulkan, and Vulkan needs a context maybe, we can just put new Vulkan context and instead have a Vulkan folder with a context file in called Vulkan context, probably. I can't remember whether Vulkan does or not. I've only used it once, so I can't remember. It was fun. So that's how those two lines work, because of the inheritance from here. That inherits the GFX context. So that's why we're using that. So it's like a backdooring, I suppose, but we're going through an interface so that we can change from using an OpenGL to anything we want. So those two lines are OpenGL specific for Windows. Yeah. It'll still work on Linux and Mac. But it's just in case I do something stupid. Just trying to protect myself, really. And accidentally put some Windows coding or something. So, set window user pointer. Big one. This user pointer requires glf window and void pointer. So the void pointer goes into mdata. Does it? Doesn't it? mdata is window data. That's an interesting way of storing it. So we're passing all of this in. Okay. I'll check that. Sets the user pointer of the specified window. This function sets the user-defined pointer of the specified window. The current value is retained until the window is destroyed. The initial value is null. What does it return? A void. So it alters that. I'll double check that line. It'll work, but I'm going to double check that line. Actually, I can double check it here, can't I? Because it's used inside of all of these. Yeah, we're using data. But shouldn't that be... So one of these is wrong. That's the wrong variable. Well, I'm glad I knocked this out. That's, I think, is the wrong variable. We don't have a data. I think that's M data. So I'm glad we're not running that part at the moment. Nice. Set vsync to true. Why? Because of what I said before. If you try and run the program without vsync turned on initially, without it being drawing anything, it's going to run so fast it'll make your graphics card very hot. Very hot indeed. So don't do it. Put that in. Keep yourself at 60 frames per second or whatever your vsync is. Keep it all safe. And that's all we're going to use at the moment. All this has been taken out, thank God. I think it needs correcting anyway. Certainly needs checking. The actual callbacks are correct. So that's your event callback for the events, which then dispatches the event around all the other files. So that's what the event callback does. Okay. So all of these callbacks we were sorting out yesterday in the event system. So there's an event, there's a window size event. I'll show you. Where do we throw our event system? In here. So we have set window size callback. So window resize is an event. That will fire off that using that event callback there, which will go back to the application. The application will then dispatch a window resize event with the details of width and height. That's how that works. So if you have a look in the event for window resize, there's the event dispatcher that will send it all out. It's very clever. You'll see that it uses the width and the height as events, which is one of the reasons why we need to be able to get the width and the height from the window. so we can actually propagate that through the system with the event. Is it starting to tie together yet? So the window itself knows nothing about the application, but the application will handle that function. That's the only thing that the window knows about. That function exists. And that's all it knows. So that's how you do your size callback. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of these things that we did yesterday. Resize event. What's the next one here? Window close is just that. There's nothing to send out. So as you can see, this is very, very simple. Very straightforward. We just get the user pointer. We do this each time. So that's the first line of every single one. We then handle whatever data, and then we get the event. We attach the data, and then we send it through that event through to the event callback in the application. CPP. Same for the next one. Get the pointer, create the event, and then callback event. So we need that data pointer for here. Wonder if that's why. It is separate. This is actually getting that setting. Oh, right. So it is right. We set the user pointer with that address. So when we get the user pointer, we can use all the values within it. How clever of me. Worked it out. It is the correct variable. We just called it the same thing. Should we have called it the same thing? No. So that'll have to change. So what can we call it? We can't really call it anything else because of what we called it initially. It's a window data reference. So basically we're just picking up m_data. But as a reference, or in other words, an address. So the address of data and mdata will be the same. What a stupid system. Glfw, thank you for that. But the idea of having a user pointer is very good because it allows us to do all these callbacks, which are lambdas. This will only fire off if that event happens, and this will then happen. So what we're doing is we're sending through all the instructions of what to do to Glfw to take care of it for us, and Glfw will be polling the operating system, and if it sees one of these, it'll fire off the correct instruction set. I think that's the best way of putting it. So Glfw will do that for us. If you can look in the manual for Glfw, it's all in there. So there's a window close, which is very short and very simple. Set key, so we get a key, scan code, action, and mods. Scan code is which key it is. Action is press or release. Mods is repeat. Is this a repeated press down or not? In other words, has it been held down? So we've got glfw press, glfw release, and glfw repeat. So on press, we have a key pressed event, which will supply the key, and a 0 for repeat, and send that through to the application to handle. Key released event is just a straight callback, because it's only the key that we want. And repeat is 1. So yes, it's true. This is a repeat event for that key. So it's true or false. It's true here. On the initial press, it's false. So when you press it down once, if you hold it down, it turns to a 1. So we can see whether it's a repeated event or not. Okay. Set char. Unsigned int character. So this is your typed event, which you would use for consoles, entering names into fields on a UI, stuff like that. So you'd use this one because there's no repeat indicator on it. Remember, we're going to be running this at 60 frames per second. So this is happening 60 times a second, so you don't want repeats on your events here, because somebody will try and type something and it will just be all the letters under the sun going across the screen. Not a good idea. So that's why we've got this one included. So we can set a callback for a single character being typed. So you might say, well, that's a bit like get key. It is. It's exactly the same as get key if you look at the way it's done, except here we don't have a repeat. So you could use the same words, in fact. If you look at the information for this one and the previous one, it's exactly the same. Mouse button click. So we have int button, which button was clicked? Int action, was it clicked or released? The mods, has it been held down? Not overly smackingly difficult. And there's a release, and just which button. The pressed event is quite interesting. We don't use the mods. So we switch on the action. We use switch. And see whether it's a glfw press event. But we're not doing repeats. We're just seeing whether it's held down, because a mouse is handled differently to a keyboard. When you click a mouse, which one do you look for? Do you look for the press or do you look for the release? You look for the release. You're not interested in the press. If you click and hold down and drag something, then you're looking for the press, and then you are looking for the release then for where it is dropped, and then you obviously program that bit. So that gives you drag and drop, those two functions, which is why we don't need an extra modifier. Scroll wheel, X offset and Y offset. Pointer again. We create an event. we wrap the information up in an event, and then we send that event back to the application. Exactly the same as before. X is forwards, Y is backwards. And I believe it's in ones. It'll just give you the result of 1. So true. It's up to you to set the speed of the scroll and how far you can scroll. So cursor position is the mouse pointer. I looked it up, to be quite honest with you. It's a cursor, that could be a text cursor. So it's an X and Y position for the mouse, and it's just mouse moved event. And that's it. That's all I got in there, yeah. I think I am missing a couple of events, but we have a shutdown to just destroy the window using glfw destroy window. And that's the whole file. And I think that's the last file. That cake was nice. Will it build? If there's anything you want me to go over in more depth, just let me know. It built. Will it run? So we've added our files, and in our application I'm going to try this command. Oh, we can't, can we? Oh, it happens automatically. Sorry, it's in the destructor for the window, isn't it? Of course. I haven't got any more empties in here, have I? No. I haven't written hardly anything in here. This is just showing how the event categories can work. Do we still need that? Not really. I was just testing to see that we could call events. So that's easy enough. Get rid of that. It's not needed now. It was just a test at the end of yesterday to make sure that things happen. So today's test is this. Can we create a unique amber window? Good question. It's in the application constructor. On creation, we're not sending any information through, so the defaults will be enforced. And just click this button here. Links from Sandbox. Glad. Oh, it needs glad as well. I didn't know that. It's automatically in... No, it isn't. I thought I put it in. I probably forgot. So, Amber Sky's dependencies. It won't let me, will it? Copy. Canvas Guy's dependencies. It's a linking error. How can it be a linking error? There's no library for GLAD. But Opengl Context initialize. Ah. It doesn't know to include them. We haven't got the include. Why hasn't it done that for Glfw then? It's only done it for GLAD. This is to enable the application or the client to use GLAD. No, we haven't included it. It doesn't know about the Windows system. And shouldn't know about the Windows system because it's not the client that opens a window, it's the engine, that the game engine that opens a window. So the client doesn't need to know anything about the window. But the client does want to send models and stuff through to that window or through to the renderer. So the client will know about the renderer. And the renderer knows about the context. Using GFX or graphics context. Alright, so we need it in here. Is the answer. Is GLAD first? No, it isn't. That's why. Did that just change? Sandbox build. Right, so those are the includes. We might need to put them slightly differently though for the client. It's not picking up on Glad. That's interesting. Let me just check common. Could be why. Can't put it in common though because it's not part of the do free. So I've got OpenGL32 and glfw3.lib as part of the dependencies for the sandbox. Solution directory, Amber Skies, dependencies, glfw source debug is glfw. OpenGL32 is given by Visual Studios. I'm not sure why Glad would not be picked up. Is it not part of the... That's a good point. Take it out of the project. Try rebuilding the project. No. Amber Skies. Yeah, that's fine. And of course we can't tell. That's what worries me. Oh right, it's not actually doing anything, so yeah, that's fine then. that just passes through initialize and swap buffers through to there. That's all that does. Okay. It's just an interface again. I wonder if it's that include path. Shouldn't be. Amber Skies is only used in the sandbox. It's a linking error. And it comes from Opengl Context. Initialize. So it's that it's not found. So it doesn't like those two lines. And if we remember, they were squiggly lines. Okay. Ah. It's initialized itself that it's having a problem with. Amber Opengl Context initialize. Well, that's here. I'm very suspicious about this one. I did put that in, didn't I? No. No, I didn't. So let's put the renderer in here. And that will be hash include anything that's in the renderer for amber skies. So amber skies, renderer, and GFX context. I wonder if that's what it's really, really complaining about. Up to date. No. And it's coming from amberskies.lib. So when we compile it, it can't resolve the initialization step. Okay. Oh, that's not working again, is it? Why doesn't it work? Control K, Control slash. Alright, that'll do. Okay. So the application logger has initialized. As soon as we try and make a window, it doesn't work. Control K. Doesn't do anything. Why doesn't this work? Control K backslash? You're joking me. Okay. Fair enough. That's how it works. Alright, leave you alone for a minute. So we have a pointer. MWindow equals standard unique pointer for Amber window. Amber window create. Who's calling initialize? Amber window create should call that. So Amber window create will go to here, and it will use function definition for create not found. Have I missed an include out here? Nothing external, so I think I've missed an include. Who includes it? Well, it would have to be the header. No, it would have to be the CPP file. So this is amberwindow.h. There isn't a CPP file. Or I haven't written one. Now that's interesting. So this gets included in windows.h, but we're calling this one. That's what we're calling there. That's where we're up to. But we need that squiggly to go away. There's the problem. There's no create. So we include it here, so copy and paste it into there. That will put the create function in that slot at line 21. Because that's all a header file does, it just gets copied and pasted. It's just copy and paste function. That's what include means. And it's not mentioned here because it would then be on the top, it's in the header file, so CPP. Would I normally have it at the top? God, it's a long way to the top. No, that's just events. That's probably part of my event problem. So it's working. That will call the function here, create, which returns the window. And this returns a new Windows window with the properties. That's correct. I wonder why. I shouldn't have to make a CPP file and include this file. Everything's in the correct place. I'm just wondering why it doesn't pick up on this create. It's as if it hasn't picked it up for some reason. And that's the reason why it can't initialize. which is in the constructor. For that line there. That calls this to construct the window with the initialized props. And as far as I can tell, everything's absolutely fine. What I normally don't do is have glad outside. I normally have it in core. But it doesn't make sense to have it in core. Yeah, disruptor calls a shutdown. Good. That's interesting, because this is fine. This will actually work. When you link to it, for some reason it's not finding this. That gets me very suspicious. Could put it in here. I don't see why we would. Well, there is the window, isn't there? I don't really want to put dependencies in here. Because then you can't swap them out easily. And it would be amber skies, core, and amber window. That's the one I haven't included. Main entry point goes at the bottom there. Got includes for glad and glfw should it be needed, which I think it is actually. Those are the externals, which you mark an external by doing that. So I'll mark those as external, which I should have also done in the other file, and I didn't. They're not included at all anywhere here. Where are they included? Is it because they're not included in the header file? would I normally put them in the header file? No? And that's why it can't be done. Windows H. Initialization uses OpenGL. How does it use OpenGL, we all ask ourselves. And again, these should be externals. Or marked as external. It doesn't matter which you use, actually. It's just a convention. Because we are using an OpenGL command. You should put those at the top as well. Okay, we didn't break that. Oh, saw it that time. Ah, fantastic. That's more like it. Unique pointer is not a member of STD. Because we need PCH. Precompiled header files. Syntax error before the thingy. No, there isn't. You're just being stupid now. Amber window undeclared and identifier application 31. It's here. What is it talking about? Well, yeah, it's undeclared identifier, amber window. Wow. It's here. Well, at least we got past the unique pointer. It's a class. This is giving out some very strange ideas. Does Visual Studio not know how to program C++ or something? Is that part of Amber Window? Whoopsie daisy. Is it part of Amber Window? Yes, it is. Strange how the errors change. Alright. Let's take a look at you. Amber Window is not a member of Amber, is it not? Whoops. Damn well is. Do I need a CPP file for this? I keep asking myself that. Because it's acting very, very suspicious. I do not like this. PCH should always go first. Interesting. Remember, it's only reporting errors from its viewpoint as sandbox. Not necessarily what is real. Five errors. Right, so we get through the first part absolutely fine. Build. So it all resides on application.h 3226. Amber Skies. Well, it's in the same goddamn directory. That succeeds. I'm pressing rebuild so it cleans the project first, if you're wondering. So Amber Window is not a member of Amber. Something is seriously wrong. According to this is. I'm not over familiar with virtual and how it works, and it has given me problems in the past, so do apologise. Amber Window. I mean, what am I going to put in here? Interesting stuff. Shift, do freeze, and then it's Amber or Window. Hash include pch.h. Pop you in. There's no constructor. So there's nothing I can do there. There's nothing I can do on that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. And I can't use that one. I could move the definition, but that would defeat the point of this. What are these? Oh, messages. See declaration of Amber. Okay. Well, I agree with that part. Because we're already in Amber. hell is it doing? Undeclared. It's declared there. Does anybody know why it won't compile? That's in memory. Standard unique pointer. So there's something seriously wrong with that line. I've missed something here. Is it there or there? Oh, I think I've missed something. A unique pointer to amber window. Just wondering if that should be a reference or not. Ah. Okay. How's about reset? It's not coming up with anything. All right. So I don't think I have set this up right then. Is it just a reset on it? Which way around is it? It's a pointer. Error type. Oh god, I think I need to learn how to use standard unique pointers. This is out of my field. Like I said, I'm not a programmer. What's this rubbish here? I don't know. If anybody knows how to use standard unique pointers. No, I've got it right, I'm sure I have. P bar, return P. For a standard pointer D. Which is inherited, right, okay. God, they like to make these complicated, don't they? I think I might have my standard unique pointer wrong. And the template doesn't seem to help me. Operator equals or reset. Yeah, I know about that. Alright. So I'm not going to get a window up today by the looks of this. I'm going to have to read all this lot. That's fantastic. Must be a function object or L value. Well, it's a function object. so it is correct. What I'm doing is theoretically correct, it's just that it doesn't like it. And it's in the private area. Does that matter? I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Does it matter to C++? No, it doesn't. That was interesting on the output. C declaration of use of class template requires C declaration of amber window an amber window is not a valid template. But it's not giving any red squigglies, no nothing, so it's not giving me any help. That's fantastic. No operator found which takes a right-hand operand of type. Gotcha. And that's not allowed. That's totally illegal. You're not allowed to do that at all. I should give out the same messages. No, it increases it. References must be initialized. An undeclared identifier. Interesting. No, I'm not sure how to do that one. The compiler can't find the declaration for an identifier. This is 2065, is it? A bit like I can't use this. Identifier hasn't been declared. The identifier is misspelled, which is what I would expect. I mean, misspelling I can well understand. No misspelling. Window properties. Amber window. No misspells. No misspells. Class inside. Correct. Application. First thing you come across, it doesn't know about. The identifier is misspelled. The header where the identifier is declared is not included in the file. Well, there's the include. There's memory for an include. Or the identifier is missing a scope qualifier. Well, no, there's no extra scope qualifier unless I made a copy and paste error and put 2 scopes in, which I didn't. And of course there's absolutely nothing in here. In fact, I think I'm deleting that soon. This needs string. For standard string. That's it. That's the only thing that's in here. Yep, that's the only thing that's in there. Is it not even compiling it? Application, log, Opengl, generating. It's not even compiling it. What the hell's going on? No, it's there. Amber Window Cpp. Amber window undeclared qual identifier. What? That's coming from the CPP. That has the include. I've got you. Three one two zero. Class T. So that's your template for Class D. Class TY. Where's your template for Class T? Class T, here we go. So it's just Class T. And there it is, a unique pointer, non-copyable, public. It's got an equals sign in. I've never tried setting one of these up before, so it looks like I've got a bit of work to do. So on that note, I'm going to go and feed the cat. Unless somebody knows how to use unique pointers without them giving me a load of errors. It's 3120 in here. Interface methods cannot take a variable argument list. Okay. That's interesting. Well, yeah. That's damned obvious. I don't know. No, I don't know the answer to this one, I'm sorry to say. Not right now, so the answer will be tomorrow. I will have to look this up, unfortunately, and see if I can get this running. And then tomorrow I will give you the solution. And hopefully we'll have a window on the screen. But the system should work. So there's the system. So what we have is our client, our main entry point, which gives us a running application, which then, this is point where we're up to now, create window. We've put in a virtual window interface, which it has decided infinitely on my behalf to ignore. Great. We've introduced a platform window class using Glfw, and we're using from that an Opengl Context, and of course everything here is optional and could be replaced with anything you want. So your platform window could be Glfw, I suppose SDL, anything you want, as long as it's got that one thing in it. So to integrate, all you have to do, even if Visual Studio doesn't know how to do it, it's because I've made a slight mistake on some pointer thingy, which I haven't got a clue about until I read it up. I'm going to have to look in the bloody manual again. Typical, read the manual, blades. So in the window, this create business is declared, and I've declared it under amber window. That could be a problem. It's a unique pointer. That could be upsetting it. Amber window creates that and returns a new Windows window. So that's returning this platform window back through there to the create window function to the application, which can store a unique pointer when I can work out how to use them. If I don't use unique pointers, what would you have? You would have that, that, and then M window would equal new well, it's not the new. The new's in Amber window create, isn't it? Amber window create like that. So that's the old way of doing it, I suppose. Amber window create should return us a new. There we go, it does. So if I was to do it that way, without a unique pointer, I then have to say delete Emma window. This is the whole point for putting this in. You don't have to do this. So I haven't got a clue what this is on about now. Now it's saying something weird. What it's telling me is that there's something inside of the application H that shouldn't be there. That's very weird. Okay. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. I may as well clean out the other one as well. Get rid of you. Don't want any of you. Go away, leave me alone. Don't know what you put in there, but it wasn't what I wrote. That is the standard way you bloody make one. Now pig off. It's missing a semicolon before. Semicolon. Is this all being caused by a semicolon? 1, 1, 2, 2. Yep, that's right. Semicolons all exist. There isn't one there because it's brackets. There's nothing happening there. Comma, 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 colon. Nothing happening there. Alright, so there's nothing in that. Common? I don't think common's got anything in it, has it? That needs a semicolon. Shouldn't have. No. I can't vouch for memory. So there's something very, very wrong with what it's trying to do. $41.14. You've got me on this one. I've not left anything astray in there. No semicolons missing. There's a semicolon there. And there's a semicolon there. That's wild. Missing a semicolon. No ideas how I've done that. None whatsoever. And it doesn't matter where I place this, does it? Right, I'll go and work it out then. I'm going to go and get the manual out and start swatting up on the books again, because that's the only way I can write C++. I have to look it all up, because I can't remember anything. Otherwise, the program works fine. For some reason, it's seeing the interface as a problem. Maybe I've made it all too void or something. So we've got the logging, we've got the event system. Now we just need to open a window. So I've got to go and find out how to do that. Fantastic! There we go. It's running at a meg, that's a bit high. But it has got a dirty great big thing in it. Right, yeah. Library. Hope it isn't the library that's messing it up. Interesting if it is. Do we need to swap these? I can't put it on GitHub because it doesn't work. Yet. So I'll catch you tomorrow with the full working copy. If it's a very short stream, it's a very short stream, but at least you'll have the video to watch. If you are interested on seeing whether this design or system will work in Visual Studio. I've done a lot of extra management of the files which I shouldn't have done. So I don't know what exactly Visual Studio is looking for at this point. I don't know which language it thinks I'm programming in, but I'll check in the books. I've got most of it all written down, so I'll go and have a look. So take care, that's the idea, that's what we're trying to do, and tomorrow hopefully I can get past this and we will carry on and get the window working. Because obviously, even if we create the window, we've then got to get all of these callbacks working so that the event system can detect the mouse, and there's a little red button at the top right hand corner of the window, you know, this one here. Well, that probably isn't going to be working until we do the callbacks. So we won't be able to close the window, and that means we can't close the application. Yeah, there's that. Right. I'll switch all these off, go take a break, go have me tea, feed the cats, and I will look that one up. Bit more research for me to do, and that's why I'm in the research branch, by the way. So if you do go get the code, won't have the window code in it yet, at github.com/avengers/amberskies.git. If you do download that, it will run, but be aware that it may ask you to jump through hoops, because Visual Studio is Visual Studio, and it thinks it knows better. Right, take care, peeps, and have fun. You see, we've got a challenge now. Can I get a window up on the screen before I stream tomorrow? Take care, peeps. It's a cliffhanger, I know. Look, all I do is press Ctrl Z nowadays and say stop streaming. Isn't this nice? Isn't that a nice interface?